Hey, all right. So we're live and stuff. It still just has the Mississippi Delta Day of Action. Still just has that graphic up. How do I switch it to my to the camera? I see comments. Is it on under media assets? That's there. Now I'm trying to see. Okay, okay, I got it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, thank you. All right.
Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Mic check 1.
Excuse me. I ain't gonna mix them. Oh no, you good, bro. Yeah, yeah, I got visual. It's not evened out, but I got visual. It's not centered. Copy that. Copy that.
Chapter 1.
Say what? Oh, what are you at? Got the other one? Nah, I do not. Mike hot as shit. His Mike.
Chapter 1.
But yeah, what I was saying is, I'm gonna take that shot back to the middle,
Yeah.
and then walk for the initial speaker. And then when they start to talk, then I'll
Copy that.
cut, and I'll change it on the right channel, cut back.
That nigga Mike hot as fuck.
Yes, loud. Yeah, I know. We might not want his feed no way.
Yeah, I'm not.
So do you think it'll be good?
I had to turn it all the way down.
Mic check 1.
That boy might not be connected though. Oh shit! What the fuck?
Go up there with him so you know that. You take an XLR with me. Because if that's the case, we're going to run through this camera. What's the name, CJ? Where my phone is? Montgomery? My phone right there. So we want to drop that cable from up there to down here?
Yeah, if we can run it through there, yeah.
Is it long enough? Yeah, this is going to be long enough.
Oh no, I'm good. Thank you so much.
get my charge in a second.
Bart, you said we're straight? All right, but he about to throw the cord down? All right, bet.
Andrew, Isaiah, can you come to the front? Andrew and Isaiah, can you come to the front?
Last thing, are you in the stream yard already?
Yeah, I'm in the stream yard. Yeah, it's streaming right now. Do I need to turn it off? I'm not getting no audio.
other side.
Mike already got it.
Yes, are we all glad to be here? Yes. My name is Columbus Russell Jr., and I am the mayor of Jonestown, but here on personal capacity. And it is my privilege to welcome each of you to the Mississippi Delta Day of Action Community Public Hearing. I just want to say thank you to every resident, student, faith leader, community organization, elected officials, and especially our honorable legislators here to listen to our voices, coalition partners, advocates, and members of the media who have joined us today. Your presence demonstrates that people care deeply about their communities and about having the opportunity to be heard. I would like to say a couple things. Across the Mississippi Delta, our communities have always been resilient. We face challenges, yet we continue to organize, lead, serve, and build hope for our future generations. No matter where we come from or what our backgrounds may be, we all want communities where people are informed, engaged, and able to participate in civil life. That begins with listening to one another, encouraging participation, and investing in the next generation of leaders. As mayor, I've learned that meaningful progress starts when people come together, communicate respectfully, and work towards solutions. Thank you to everyone who has chosen to be a part of today's conversation.
Is he supposed to be strict?
Let's continue to work together for strong communities across the Mississippi Delta. Today's hearing exists because communities deserve to have a voice. Across Mississippi Delta, people have
Their Facebook or your Facebook?
concerns, and ideas that deserve to be heard. Today is an opportunity to listen to those experiences, learn from one another, and hear ideas about strengthening our democracy and civic participation. This hearing is also an opportunity for community members to share their testimony that will become part of today's public record. Throughout today's hearing, you'll hear discussion about voting rights, representation, and recent legislative developments. The purpose of today's event is to hear directly from the community and gather ideas and experiences from those most affected. Every testimony shared today contributes to a broader conversation about how communities can participate in shaping public policy. Later this afternoon, we will hear directly from community members. If you signed up to speak, thank you. Each speaker will have approximately 3 minutes. When your time begins to wind down, I'll give you a gentle reminder so everyone has an opportunity to participate. We respectfully ask to wind down. We respectfully ask everyone to allow each speaker to finish without interruption. I would also like to recognize the many organizations that helped make today possible. Thank you to all coalition partners, but there is too many to name. Our volunteers, our elected officials, faith leaders, students, and every community member who chose to spend part of this Saturday with us. Would you all help me thank them? It is now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Please join me in welcoming Amir Badat of Fair Fight Action, who will discuss the state of voting rights in Mississippi, the Callous decision, and what's at stake. Please welcome Mr. Amir Badat.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you everyone for being here today. We are incredibly grateful to be in community with so many people from the Clarksdale area, the Coahoma County area, the Mississippi Delta. We are really, really grateful for this community and for all of the effort, desire, willingness to fight for voting rights that is in this room and that we know will continue the fight moving forward even after today. And so, my name is Amir Badat. I am a voting rights attorney with Fair Fight Action. I have been doing voting rights and redistricting work in Mississippi and across the country for several years. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why we're here today, the types of threats that we're facing on voting rights and on our democracy, and what we can do about it. And so, no one in this room would be surprised to hear that voting rights are under assault in our country. And this is not anything new in Mississippi. Mississippi has been the epicenter for the fight for voting rights for generations. But what we're seeing now coming from the Supreme Court is something that we haven't seen in generations. In 2013, the Supreme Court decided a case called Shelby County versus Holder, which gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which required pre-clearance. And what we saw after that was a rush by southern states, including Mississippi, to pass discriminatory voter suppression laws. We saw in 2021 another case decided by the Supreme Court called Brnovich, which took aim at another provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, and its protections against discrimination in the context of election laws and election administration practices. And then, most recently, what we saw the Supreme Court do was decide a case called Louisiana versus Calais in April of this year. Now, Louisiana versus Calais disarray another key provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2's protections against
I'm still getting the audio, but I'm not getting the video.
Redistricting. Now, the Voting Rights Act, and in particular Section 2, was one of the most transformational laws that this country has ever passed. It brought this country out of Jim Crow. It put us on the path towards multiracial democracy, and we saw a dramatic expansion of Black political power as a direct result of the Voting Rights Act and of Section 2. And what the Calais decision does is it cuts the legs from under the Voting Rights Act. Because now what states can do is essentially discriminate on the basis of race.
All right, so the audio is still working, but it's telling me it looks like the camera was unplugged. Plug it in, or plug it back in, or select a different camera. Click the camera back. Click the camera button to turn it back on when you're ready. Where's the camera button on here?
Even if the way that the lines are drawn as a result discriminates against Black folks, the Supreme Court has said that's okay.
Yep.
And what does that mean for our community?
I got you. I'm back up.
For Mississippi as a state? It means that we now have at risk many of the districts where Black voters currently have an opportunity.
The audio was still on, but for some reason the camera on StreamYard just cut off. But the audio was still going.
And we still had a feed over there.
Yeah, we still had a feed over here.
And that is
Because at first I thought
the local level.
Black
So your
Magic
city
or something,
councils,
but
your
everything was
school
still
boards,
going.
Your boards of supervisors are now no longer protected by the same protections that we used to have. And so, what does that mean for Mississippi? We've already heard from Mississippi leaders, from the governor on down, that they want to redistrict, that they want to call a special session of the legislature to redraw the maps. And they've said, we want to redraw Congress, we want to redraw state legislatures, and we want to redraw the state Supreme Court districts. And they explicitly have said that they want to get rid of certain districts where Black voters can elect their voice. So this is not a theoretical risk. This is an imminent risk that we're facing. But we have an opportunity to fight, and we have been fighting. So many of the people in this room, in this community, have been fighting. Starting all the way back in January, before we even had a decision in Louisiana versus LA, members of the legislature, many of the members who are here today, supported and introduced a Mississippi State Voting Rights Act, the Robert G. Clark Jr. Voting Rights Act. This is a state-level protection for voting and against discriminatory redistricting practices. And we'll hear more about state voting rights acts and how they can offer some protections for the types of threats that we're seeing. We saw the fight on May 20th in Jackson when we had thousands of people who turned out to march and to rally and to demand protections for their voting rights across the state. We had people come down from the Delta. We had people come up from the coast. That was a demonstration of power and the willingness to fight against what's happening. We've seen during town halls held across the winter and the spring, so many people show up to demand their rights, to be a part of the process. And what we see here today is a continuation of that fight. And so what we're doing here today is that we are now bringing community into the conversation. Community has said that we want to be a part of the conversation, not only to say, at the protests that we want to demand our rights, but actually to be a part of that process. And so the Mississippi legislature, when the Mississippi State Voting Rights Act was introduced, didn't give it a hearing. There was no debate, there was no hearing, because the folks who controlled the committee process there didn't want the public to be involved. And so what today is about is that the community is taking power into its own hands. The community is saying, we demand that we be involved in the process. We demand that you, the legislature, hear our experiences with voting, our experiences with representation, and what we believe should be the vision for our democracy moving forward. And there is a rich history of Mississippi, and specifically Black folks in Mississippi, doing exactly this. Back in the 1800s, before the Civil War, and then during the Civil War, there were Black conventions that were held, where Black Mississippians and Black folks across the country came together to have their own conventions to talk about what our democracy should look like. And those conversations, the results of those conventions, directly fed into the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to our Constitution, the Reconstruction Amendments, that require equal protection and due process. When the debates were occurring for the 1965 Voting Rights Act, there was testimony submitted by Mississippians about the terrible violence and discriminatory practices that occurred here and that were documented during Freedom Summer in 1964. So all of that testimony was made part of the record that supported the enactment of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And so what we're doing here today is creating that record again. We are creating the record that will support our campaigns to pass the Mississippi State Voting Rights Act during the next legislative session. We are creating the record that will support new federal legislation in Congress. And so we are making a record of people's lived experiences here in Mississippi so that community can be part of the solution. And so again, I am really, really grateful to be here with everyone here. I'm very much looking forward to hearing all of the testimony today. As the mayor mentioned, we will soon be calling folks up to provide that testimony. Folks will be sitting right here next to the mayor. They'll have between 3 and 5 minutes to provide their testimony. We have a court reporter who is taking everything down so that we have a transcript of the record. The testimony will be recorded. And so, again, I am very excited for this process, to hear from the community and to hear from
Y'all, let's take Mr. Baddock one more time for that information. Will We'll now begin our first community testimony session. Today's theme is about listening. Each speaker will have approximately 3 minutes. Your testimony will be recorded as part of today's hearing. As your name is called, please come forward. We will begin with Miss Marilyn Young. You can come sit right here.
And we also share Senator Jackson. And so we've been a part of the process of trying to make sure we educate the community about why this is so important, why everything starts with voting. It's the reason why there's an attack on voting rights and trying to make sure they figure out how to stop people from voting. And so it is incumbent on us to make sure that we get as many people out this election as we go forward and to make sure folks know we're here, we're going to vote, and we're not going back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While Ms. Young is sitting down, we will bring Mr. Melvin Young.
Good afternoon. My name is Melvin Young. I'm by way of Tunica County, Mississippi, but I've worked in many of these wonderful Delta and Mississippi counties from the north end down to the south end. I bring a special talent or interest to this process because over the past 30 years, I've engaged in the redistricting process through Southern Echo, through the NAACP, through One Voice, through the Mississippi Black Women Roundtable. And one of the things that we want to emphasize is that this redistricting thing is about a fight for power, especially for our people. And as Ms. Young pointed out, we all have to make sure that we do this redistricting properly so that we can cast our ballot for a person of our own choosing. One of the things that we've been doing is looking at this GIS information. We learned how to do the redistricting, and very clearly, as Attorney Badat was pointing out, we've got a lot of problems that we're going to have to fight to try to fix, and it all starts with us at the local level. I want to keep emphasizing that as we continue to move this fight forward, there's many partners, too many for me to name, and as I look across the front and I see our wonderful senators and representatives and mayors, I say we've been fighting really hard over the past 30 years because since 1990, we flipped many of these districts so that people look like ourselves are there, and now they want to go back and change all that. And the best way to do it is what? Start by cutting our voting rights. You start by making sure you restrict this redistricting process so that they cut us up into smaller pieces so our voices can't be heard. But we're not going to fall for that. We now have the technical expertise so that we can do these maps properly. I was just speaking to our sister Monica McManus with One Voice, as well as, we spoke to our counterparts with NAACP. Many of us are going to continue to push this redistricting fight at every level so that we can make sure we have the representation that we need. Once again, hello family. There's always a family reunion at these hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Next, we will have Mr. David Ray Smith.
Hello everyone, my name is David Ray Smith. I'm a doctoral student at the University of Memphis, and I was raised in Mississippi. I have prepared a call to action to everyone, especially you. I'm sending a call to action to all the people of Mississippi, especially the youth, to a massive engagement in work in state communities and demanding fair representation in the Mississippi House. 70 miles up Highway 61, a black city known as Memphis with over 600,000 people, was split into three districts, cracking the Democratic stronghold and ability for Memphis to vote for people who share their common struggles. Some of the poorest zip codes in Memphis are in a district with Williamson County, a county that is known as one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Tennessee. But here in Mississippi, our elders, such as Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, left influence and infrastructure here so that we may, this new generation, take down our things. It's been the talk that some of the representatives and officials here in the Mississippi House want to get rid of Mississippi's 2nd Congressional District, a district that's packed and guaranteed for my community. Let's not sit with comfort, sit with action to battle and a impressive system. Even though what's researched us and what pushes us back, we cannot go back, we cannot go back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Shaquille Johnson.
really didn't know about the democracy process and what it really meant until I was introduced to an organization called SPLC, Southern Party Law. I went through the institute, and not only did I learn what advocacy really means, I learned how to do it. And so instantly, I started a nonprofit within our community. A lot of times we look over a population of young people. They have so much energy, they have drive, and if they're taught at an early age how to actually get involved and drive this process, we could have so much done in the Delta. I often tell people that the formulas that work in the big urban areas, Jackson and Biloxi or wherever, it doesn't necessarily work like that in the Mississippi Delta. What we have to do here is mobilize people on the ground, educate our young people, and make sure that we are teaching them early. So when they do become voting age, this process looks a little different. I'll leave y'all with this. The process may be different for every organization that's represented here today. But the ultimate goal and what we are trying to do, it looks the same. We're trying to protect democracy and make sure that when our children become a voting age, the future is secure for them. Thank you.
Next, we bring Ms. LaSasha Griffin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is LaShasha Griffin, and I proudly serve as an alderwoman elected by the town of Johnstown. We're a small community in the heart of the Mississippi Delta. We have a rich history that has endured resilience and a deep commitment to democracy. Our town is very small. Our last census says we have 942 residents, but we know that a lot more actually reside in our town. But it's because of the Voting Rights Act that persons like myself and my mayor here are elected to the position. We see the need of our community. We have the experiences. We have lived in the community all of our lives. We worked in the community. We support the state of Mississippi. So it's very important for us to make sure that we are actively engaged. And as Dr. Johnson just said a few minutes ago, as young elected officials, trying to make sure that our young people understand that it is our right to make sure that we are heard and that we are involved in everything that happens to us. My grandmother made it her mission with an 8th grade education to always instill in us, you go vote, because that vote tells someone that you are listening and you want to be an active part. I have never missed a day of voting, even from the time that I had to travel to Jackson State for college. We made sure that we carpooled to get home to vote. And so if we lose these opportunities of voting, it is going to affect us seriously. So we are petitioning our state legislators to continue to fight for us as Black people to make sure that we stand strong and we're vigilant in making sure that our voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, that will conclude part 1 of our community testimonies. Our next segment features an expert discussion Please help me welcome Valencia Richardson from the Campaign Legal Center, who will lead today's panel's discussion. As well, guys, she's going to give a testimony, but there will be Q&A afterwards.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank y'all so much for having me. Again, my name is Valencia Richardson. Don't run me out of here. I'm actually from next door. I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana. But, yeah, thank you. Thank you. But I'm based in Washington, D.C., and I am a voting rights attorney who does voting rights policy and litigation across the Deep South. And I'm here to speak a little bit as an expert on state voting rights acts. As Amir mentioned, Mississippi Voting Rights Act didn't even get a hearing, but I'm here to just provide some information about what a state voting rights act looks like, the national movement to put them forward, and how they can combat the federal government's recent and ongoing attacks against voting, particularly for Black people, and particularly in our part of the country. CLC, the Campaign Legal Center, where I work, we are a national nonpartisan organization that works to advance democracy through law. And through that work, I've been able to become an expert on state voting rights acts, where we've seen voting rights acts pass in Washington, Oregon, Virginia, New York, Connecticut, Minnesota, Colorado, and Maryland. And we also brought the first litigation under the Voting Rights Acts of Washington and Virginia. And so what we have seen is that state VRAs, or state voting rights acts, can allow traditionally marginalized folks, especially Black and brown people who were historically shut out from the process, to participate equally in the election of their representatives, particularly at the local level. The passage of the Mississippi Voting Rights Act will empower Mississippians to vindicate their right to vote by restoring and strengthening those core protections that the Voting Rights Act has historically provided, but the Supreme Court has been narrowing every year. Let's talk a little bit about the Federal Voting Rights Act. It is by far Congress's best achievement in the history of this country. It brought us out of Jim Crow. It ushered in the era of the Second Reconstruction. It created the most Black representation in the history of this nation. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which Amir mentioned, prohibits voting practices or procedures that discriminate on the basis of race and color or national origin. Previously, Section 5 created a pre-clearance regime, which required states with a historical record of discrimination against people of color to have their voting practices pre-cleared or reviewed by the federal government before they could go in effect. And altogether, those protections provided sort of the sword and shield we needed to ensure the Black representation. Thank you. Yeah. Ensure Black representation that we enjoyed for the 60 years that the Voting Rights Act had its full protections. But unfortunately, over the years, those protections have been steadily eroded. Let's start with the Supreme Court's 2013 decision, which completely dismantled that pre-clearance regime. Not one day after that Supreme Court decision did states across the South run to state legislatures and enact discriminatory voting laws that we see today, 10 years later, almost 15. Supreme Court again gutted part of Section 2, the national prohibition on voting discrimination. And again, not, I think, weeks after states rushed to enact more discriminatory voting practices. And now let me take you back to my home state, Louisiana versus Calais. We saw what happened in April. We saw that the Supreme Court gutted what remained of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act as it pertained to redistricting. The same day, Louisiana canceled their elections. Alabama, Tennessee ran to their legislatures to eliminate minority voting protections immediately. It didn't take a day. Beyond the courts, Congress has failed to shore up the federal voting rights protections, and the current presidential administration is openly hostile to voting rights. The current administration has dismantled voting rights enforcement at the Department of Justice, has repeatedly taken illegal steps to overtake elections at the federal level beyond his authority. And Congress has refused to pass an updated Voting Rights Act, even though it has been brought up every year virtually since that 2013 decision. These developments have left millions of Black voters vulnerable to discrimination and suppression. But in response to this national landscape, states need to step up and ensure their voters have the legal tools necessary to defend the freedom to vote. Through state voting rights acts like the Mississippi bill, states could offer new hope for voters by restoring and improving upon those protections that were lost at the federal level. I mentioned the several states that have passed state voting rights acts in recent years, but also a couple of days ago, both New Jersey and Delaware passed the first set of the voting rights acts after the Calais decision. The movement is growing. There are states like Rhode Island, Illinois, Florida, Michigan. There is a Louisiana Voting Rights Act pending in the Louisiana legislature as well. And Alabama are all working to follow suit. Mississippi should take advantage of this opportunity and join these other states in ensuring all of its citizens have equal access to the democratic process. What do these legal tools look like? The Mississippi Voting Rights Act standards are actually broader and stronger than the federal legislation. So it reaches those suppressive and dilutive tactics that the Federal Voting Rights Act actually did not and does not currently reach. And then in addition, it enables, the Mississippi bill would enable Mississippians to vindicate their civil rights in court. It provides a pre-suit notice process so that individuals and local governments can work together to try to remedy an issue before it even has to go to court, encouraging community participation in the election process. It also provides a framework for determining whether these types of discriminatory practices have occurred. The Supreme Court seems really focused on whether the discrimination is overt, whether it has to be in your face. But all of us know that discrimination does not always happen in the day. It happens in the shadows, it happens in back rooms, and it happens really subtly. And the Mississippi Voting Rights Act recognizes that through the protections that it offers. And finally, the Mississippi Voting Rights Act, I believe, is the only bill that has a commission for a pre-clearance regime. And so that commission would administer a pre-clearance process where those local governments, again, would have to have their voting practices pre-cleared with the commission. in order to ensure that those voting practices that are passed don't have a discriminatory effect. I'm here to answer any questions about state voting rights acts in particular, but I just want to close by saying that this is the moment. The federal government has effectively abdicated its role in protecting Black voters in particular, but all voters in general. And the states can really step up to provide the protections that have been lost and shore up and actually improve upon what the Voting Rights Act of 1965 did all these years ago. Thank you so much.
At this time, we will do Q&A with these questions. So if you have a question, you can come to the mic here on the floor.
Attorney.
So, I'm a commissioner who just recently went through a very controversial election where lawsuits was filed and not eventually won. When we talk about the Voting Rights Act of 1965, we in turn think about Black folks having the seat protected, right?
Absolutely.
So, when I think about that, something I need to go back and say, somewhere in there, we must represent Spanish, Caucasian, and other people. That's just a question.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you at the end.
So that Voting Rights Act does not necessarily protect Blacks, it protects all races.
Absolutely. It prohibits racial discrimination in voting, which should benefit everyone. But recognizing that Black Americans in this country, we have faced voting discrimination at a systemic level that other voters have not. But yes, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 is meant to protect everyone.
Now, the reason I ask that is because in Oklahoma County, we have about 6 million African Americans.
Yes.
That same Voting Rights Act, when it comes down to the district, seems to protect to make sure that the white community see that protected based on my research. And so I'm looking at somebody shooting themselves in the foot in some communities. So when I look at Clarksdale or Oklahoma County, they're shooting themselves in the foot because when they do the math, they do the math to make sure that they get see protected. So that's why I asked that question. And our district is drawn out there. And for the first time in Clarksdale, we had the first African American commissioner in that area. So that's the reason I asked what everybody understood. It not only protects Blacks, it protects other races.
Yeah, it protects the federal voting rights act. It prohibits section 2 in particular. It says there is a national prohibition on racial discrimination in voting, and so that means that when map makers try to manipulate the lines to advantage one race or of the other, sometimes that also means that in the effort to make those advantages, we accidentally disadvantage people who you don't want to disadvantage, right? So so that's an important point. It does protect everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, I think it's mine. Yeah, I don't think it's mine. Yeah. But I'll turn it off.
Hello. I'm going to try to relate these questions. So in doing this work, I've noticed that in certain areas, we have individuals go to this district, it looks as though we have a bureaucrats in Mississippi area, and they're talking about the district, and they're saying we're gonna take race completely out of it, and leave it strictly, what am I trying to say? And strictly Republican or, Democrat. You know, this is what they're saying they want to do. But it doesn't work like that because what is being done to ensure that what they're doing on the back end, make sure they have representation at the table. What are we doing to make sure that they don't supersede our plans? Because they're working and they're putting people in position. They're registering as Democrats, and they are not.
Yeah, I think if I understand your question, you're kind of hitting at a point that the Calais decision reached, but also just this the sort of like trick that opponents to fair elections are trying to pull here, right? They'll use like instead of saying I'm trying to draw out black people, they'll say I'm trying to draw out Democrats. Understanding that, understanding that, and especially in communities where we're all from, that does not have a super big distinction, right? And so they're trying to say it's not about partisan, it's not about race, it's about me having a political advantage. And both of those things should not be, like, neither of those things are fair. Both of those things are wrong. But it's the race thing that the Supreme Court cares about. So as long as you're saying that partisanship is the driving factor, that's where then, the Supreme Court says, okay, we don't care. What the Mississippi Voting Rights Act does and what other state voting rights acts do is eliminate both from the equation. They say, you are not allowed to consider partisanship either. You need to create maps that are non-discriminatory. And saying that you're doing it for partisan reasons is not an excuse to discriminate against voters based on race. And so that is actually a really important feature of state voting rights acts that the federal one has failed to solve, is that partisanship aspect and being able to sneak around and say, oh, we're just doing it to provide one party an advantage over another. You actually can't, in the state voting rights act, you can't use that as an excuse. Does that help answer your question? Yeah.
It helps answer the question, but I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that there's not continuing to happen because,
absolutely,
like you just said, in Oklahoma County, the percentage of folks, majority of African American, it just looks strange to have that much white representation within the county.
I think that it's not. I think it's intentional, right? That's kind of the outcome. That's the vote, and that's how that's how gerrymandering works. That's how racial vote dilution works. Is preventing preventing representation. And the Supreme Court, loves to talk about Congress and stuff, but what we're talking about is this goes all the way downstream, and this affects local communities probably more than anything. Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
My question is race. Which race are they talking about? I am a 60 years of fighting redistricting in my 600 area redistricting. And they say race. And I'm trying to figure out in 1975, I began to run for office 51 years ago. And it was 87% that I was. And what happened after that, they decided that they would take the district and move it counterclockwise. And I'm trying to figure out the first thing they did in my district, 86%. Is that racist? Is that part of the racism? It was packed. Nobody asked to do anything. Then they came along, the next time, they came with stacking, packing, cracking, elongating. Let me hear you about it. Everybody forget they elongated, they now move kinship and continuity. They did all of these things, and we've got it here. And I'm talking about, we're not talking about 60 years this time, but 50 years from now. And we went every which way. I number 9, all of that racism, so we don't have no way to go there.
Yeah.
No other way to go from here. If all of that got to be tied into racism, that all those things, we want to just get over the other side, not two currencies, was to get to that group that would give a percentage high. And here we are in Georgia County, Massachusetts, 4 African which I hope happens. We can't keep going in that way. But if they keep the kinship and the continuity, we are not going to have 4 people, 5 this time of year, because they're about 70%. We're only 60%. But it gives us, if we can find out if racism, all of those things, we got to go to racism. But if it's not, we just need to keep ourselves here. As I tried to do back in 1975. So, my question was, I know it's not long, and I will come back in another 3 minutes, but is it kind of, I'm back to Christian, that's the old school. Y'all heard Christian. That's our first model of being a person.
If I understand your question, I think that what you're pointing out is this is all about entrenchment of power, right? And it's not about keeping communities like when districts are gerrymandered, it's not when they're doing what you're saying, cracking and packing. It's not about keeping communities together or fair representation. It's about entrenching minority rule over, and by minority I mean, yes. You got what I was picking up. Yeah, and and it's only evidenced by it shouldn't be every 10 years or what have you. The lines change that drastically. Like the communities grow and they change, but not so much that you have to like elongate, like you said, you have to crack here, pack here. And so that's only actually demonstrating what it's really about. And what I could say is in terms of solutions is I think I think this is where sort of your knowledge about this is also highlighting what I believe to be in this moment in time, one of the most important solutions is community education about what redistricting, what gerrymandering looks like, and why it looks like it. Because those in power are sort of relying on ignorance, right? They're relying on people and being apathetic and relying on and sort of community organizing is what got us the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and so I see that as a primary imperative solution. There's only so much that us litigators can do in court without community education to back us up on the policy side. And then the second solution are things like policy solutions like a new Voting Rights Act at the federal level, a Mississippi Voting Rights Act that can protect at the local level that will account for exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, and just the last thing is that we got to remember that AI, we're worried about it on the road. We're worried about it. You can't deliver any goddamn companies. You're not going to get how can you win if this is it makes you smart. Oh, that is
Anyway, they have representative over anyway.
I have to
You
say.
got to remember that AI can draw these maps, 1,000 maps in a few seconds, but the thing that it cannot do is to delegate and ensure fairness. That's us.
Let's give Ms. Attorney Richardson a round of applause, please. Now, that will conclude our Q&A at this time. We will return to our permanent testimony part 2. And again, I just want to thank you all for helping us create a respectful environment where every voice has been heard. So next up, we will bring in, I'm sorry if I pronounced this wrong, Davion Bush.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. How are y'all? How are y'all? It's a beautiful and hot day in the Mississippi Delta, but it's good to be in the Mississippi Delta, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'm super excited to be here. My name is Davion Bush. I am from Indianola, Mississippi. A lot of my work cross intersects at communications and public policy. So I worked for policy institutions in Mississippi. From north all the way down south Mississippi is where my work is in. Nonprofits that we see here today, I've been a part of some of their work, and so much more. And on top of that, I'm a political science major with minors in journalism and freedom studies at the University of Mississippi. So that's me. I'm super excited. Okay, so one, I would like to say congratulations to you all for being here. I think this is the first step, showing up, right? So give your hands, give yourself a round of applause. I tell you, we are absolutely in the face of adversity in today's political climate. I could sit up here and talk about all the things that we're facing and what's wrong with our climate here in Mississippi. But what I can say is that we have to be together. There are people who have done this work from the 1950s all the way up to now. And I tell you, we have to be like them. We have to be together, and we have to do as they did. With redistricting and so much more, we have several groups here who are building systems in which will disenfranchise our very communities. And so we have to be just like that. We can sit and have conversations all day. But if we are not supporting our legislators and guidelines not using in Jackson, combating all that's against us, we have to support organizations who are coalitions building and hosting events like this. And then out of that, we have to be educated and we have to spread that sense of education to our neighbors. I think right now what we're facing is the lack of accessibility to education. And so that's why we're taking so much more, or so much more time and resources needed to get half of what is out there, right? So we have to remain educated, politically informed, and so much more of that nature. This work is important, and I hope we just continue that. So look at your neighbor and tell your neighbor, when we fight, we win.
When we fight, we win.
And look at your other neighbor and tell them, when we fight, we win.
When we fight, we win.
All right, thank y'all so much. Stay in prayers and be blessed. Thank you so much.
Next up, and I hope again I'm reading this correctly, Ms. Corrine Richardson.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. First of all, I am going to sit here and just tell you from my heart what is on my heart and mind. First of all, I would like to say again, good evening. And I would like to start with a few notes that I have written. I want to share something with you today, not just as a speaker, but as a servant in the community of Coahoma County. I'm a proud board member of the Coahoma County School District who deeply cares about our children and our future here in the state of Mississippi, Delta especially. I remember growing up as a child watching people around me taking voting real seriously. But it wasn't just something they did, it was something that was what they really truly believed in. And I saw the elders getting dressed up, make their way to the polls, and stand in line no matter how long it took. Back then, I didn't fully understand how important it was for them to go and vote. But now, you see, I understand. Voting rights here in Mississippi really didn't come easy back then. There were a time when people who looked like us had to fight just to be heard. The voting rights, as everyone has mentioned, of 1965 opened a lot of doors, you all. But it also placed a responsibility in our hands to keep showing up, to never give up our rights to vote, and don't take it for granted, please. And as I have grown older and began serving in the community, especially in my role now with the school board, I've seen firsthand decisions that were made and how very important they were. I've sat in meetings where policies affect our children, our teachers, and our families. And I realized that representatives, or representation, I should say, is not an option. It is necessary, you all. Right here in the Delta, I've seen both the struggle and the strength of our people. I've seen individuals who face challenges just trying to get to the poll to vote. Why? Because of limited transportation, busy schedules at work, and everyday life. But I've also seen determination. I've also seen people show up anyway. That tells me something very powerful here, that our community understands that voting is not just about today. It's also about securing the better tomorrow. And as a school board member, I see that same determination in our children. I see the potential every day. I see students who are eager to learn, even when resources might be limited. I see the teachers who go above and beyond the call of duty, pouring into all the children with everything that they have. But I also know this: we must do more. We must continue to invest in our children's education. We must support our schools. We must uplift our teachers and stay involved in our children's lives, because education is the foundation that will carry our children forward. Representation matters. in this decision. And yes, Black representation matters because our children deserve to see leaders who understand their journey, who comes from where they came from, and who believe in their potential. I've also understood how something like redistricting, like some has already mentioned, can really impact everything we do. For instance, I live in the little town of Oklahoma, Mississippi, but I'm in the country of that little town, which is less than a half a mile. But I cannot even vote for the mayor of that town, aldermen, or no one because of the redistricting. I cannot even get them to incorporate the few people where I live. They said it can't be done. At least that's what my county supervisor told me. It's too expensive to incorporate. But in Oklahoma County and beyond, the way of district lines are drawn determines who speaks for us. And if we are not careful, those lines can silence our voices instead of strengthening them. That's why we must stay informed. That's why we must stay engaged. And that's why we never are to sit on the sidelines. Now, as I prepare to close, I want to leave this with you all. This is not just a politic or politics. This is not about politics at all. This is about the people. This is about our children. This is about our future. This is our responsibility. So I ask you today, don't just hear these words, act on them. Get registered. If you're not, show up when it's time to vote. Encourage your family, your friends, your neighbors, and even your church members. Support our schools. Pray for our children. Stand up for what is right, even when it is not easy. Because when we come together, we stand united, and there's nothing that can stop us. And I truly believe this. If we do our part, you all, God will do the rest. Thank you, and may God bless each and every one of you.
Next, we will bring back Mayor Johnny B. Thomas.
Good evening. I'm Johnny B. Thomas again. Before we leave, I'll be AKA half a century. The rest of the night. But I'm not here today to just talk about maps because we've been looking at maps for 60 years. Now we're here to talk about people, community, and the Constitution applies to us. That's what we're here about. And how do we ensure that? My journey. I am the very first African American to be elected to public office in South Hatch County as constable, 1975, as county supervisor, 1985, after starting to run for the office in 1978. I have believed that the maps of that county has begun to, as I say, roll back time, but began to go counterclockwise. And what happened there with us in Tallahatchie County, we had always two African American districts that were fully stacked back crack, the whole 9 yards. When I became the first African-American supervisor in 1985, that lasted 30 days. 30 days. State court, federal court, back to state court, back to federal court, and then Mississippi Supreme Court removed them all. First African-American to hold office. Some kind of terror. But that's the situation and who I am and my effort to make a difference with redistricting beginning in 1980. Communities of interest. Was increasingly elongated, stagnant, fat. That's when I started running for the office. That's what I created. So we say every citizen matters and deserves meaningful opportunity to vote. Fair maps strengthen public confidence. Communities, families, churches, schools, and municipalities should be respected. Transparency benefits everyone. But let me just tell you this last little bit about my district. I'm a 126-year-old community. My community, oldest in the county of Tallahatchie. We have voted at a precinct in my county for the duration of our ability to vote. Just recently, the precinct was moved from my community, where 100 or so individuals, the largest precinct, the controlling precinct of this county for many years, determining who was elected. They, again, this day and time, Amir, have taken our community, brought District 5 10 miles, taking individuals 10 miles from my precinct, making them go all the way to where to vote. Then they came into my community, Glendora, and took the precinct completely away. Now, making my citizens walk around the corner, having to travel 15 to 20 miles round trip to vote. Can you imagine the discouragement? That's what it's like, and that's what's happening. Charleston, Mississippi. I know I'm getting close for Charleston, Mississippi. 1 minute, thank you. I get to Charleston, Mississippi. We got a community there that's split 3 ways. 3 ways. 3 precincts coming into really a supervisory district. Can you see what happened? That's our county. And of course, we're hoping that this goes to make we hope that you'll include AI as a plaintiff or defendant. I don't care which one, whichever way you make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Once again, thank you, Mayor. Next up, we have Mr. Henry Smith.
My name is Clarksdale, and all of my life
it was a purpose behind it. So as I grew, I started to look more into politics and started to learn the reasons why we go and vote, because it shows that we got power when we go and vote. But I didn't understand it at the time because I didn't even know who I was voting for and what they actually do. So when I started learning it, I started to apply pressure on it by putting that information on my younger generation so that they can be educated and know to vote, because studies show that young people really don't go out and vote, and that right there will hurt our community deeply. So when I started to learn this information, I started to just be boots on the ground and teaching my young people, hey, look, we need to go out, we gotta vote, we gotta exercise our rights. And I would always lean to this right here. I would tell them, hey, it's too many of our ancestors have died and fought for us to have these rights, and for us to say, man, my vote don't matter. There's no reason for me to go out and vote. That's mind blowing, because if you continue to speak that out into the atmosphere, then eventually you won't have a vote, because they're going to eventually take our vote back because you steady pushing it out into the atmosphere. And if you say it, so if you tell one person, man, my vote don't count, and then you don't go vote, and they don't go vote, they may go tell more people that, and now, yeah, the vote will never count, because it's so many people not going out to vote. If we look at the studies, it's so, when it comes to how many people vote and how many people can vote, is at a bare minimum. And so I'm always boots on the ground trying to educate my young people, hey, look, we gotta go out here and vote, because we gotta stand for something or we're gonna fall for anything. I really don't have too much more to say, but I can say that I'm pushing for young people to get out and vote and understand what we're voting for, and that's really what it is. And y'all have a blessing.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Alrighty. For my next one, and I hope I'm saying this name correctly, please forgive me if I don't. Jariva Hill.
Thank you. Wow. The last time I was here at the great Coahoma Community College, which is an HBCU, by the way, I was the Black History speaker. So I'm glad to be back on the campus. I am glad also to be in the presence of those who want to really take a stand and make change and resist the urge to be comfortable with the status quo. I need to mark for you a couple of things that I haven't heard said, and so it's my job to make sure that things that should have been or would have been or could have been said by me, that I at least do that. So first I want to say that today we remember Emmett Lewis Till, who would have been 85 years old this July 25th. Today we remember baby Cohen, who won't see his second birthday. Today we remember Nolan Wells, who won't see his 19th birthday. We have witnesses who now live in the clouds, watching and waiting for us to move beyond Band-Aid solutions and do the real work of gutting a system built on genocide and the kidnapping of our ancestors. With that said, we have an awesome task before us as people who are sick and tired of being sick and tired
said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. We must stand up for our freedom. And why is it that the first part of the quote makes it into the record, and the second part of that quote, we must stand up. We must stand up for our freedom. So I'm from the Mississippi Workers Center for Human Rights, where for the past 30 years, we've been in the trenches, fighting against Jim Crow work based on skin, fighting against retaliation, where workers ask about their paychecks and shortfalls on their paychecks and get retaliated against, get fired, where workers don't have bathroom breaks, have to wear Pampers to work to keep from soiling their clothes, and where bosses actually stop workers from going to the polls. We have intervened in Cheryl Perkins' election in LaFleur County in Greenwood. In that county, Cheryl ran in the city of Greenwood for mayor, and she did win, but not until there was intervention, because that same day of the election, the employers decided that once you came in the door, you would not be allowed to leave to go vote, and they instituted a mandatory overtime. Now, any other time you ask for overtime to help pay for your kids' school uniforms or your kids' tuition, they're not going to give it to you. But they want mandatory overtime when they want to suppress your vote. And that actually happened, but we were able to intervene. The Magnolia Bar was on board, the NAACP in one place, all on board. We were able to intervene and stop 2 fish plants from closing the doors and not allowing workers to go vote. There's so many issues that I can share with you and testify as to my own personal second-hand knowledge, because that's what it is when you actually don't work in a catfish plant, or you don't pick cotton out of the field like our ancestors did. But I can tell you second-hand that workers are suffering in the state of Mississippi, where only 4.3% of the working population has the privilege of belonging to a labor union. And I can recall when Nissan came, they had the assurance that they would not have to worry about the union, which meant that they would not have to be held accountable for the way workers are treated. In the Nissan plant USA, which is the only union, non-union Nissan plant in the world, you could even go to the place where our ancestors are still fighting, where our brothers and sisters are still fighting in South Africa for full freedom, and see a unionized Nissan plant. You can go to Bangladesh or Tokyo and see a unionized Nissan plant, but not here in these United States, not in Canton, Mississippi. Temporary workers are known to work from 1 year to 15 years without benefits and still be classified as temporary workers. So while we are urging people, and we must urge people, as the young man said earlier, remind people of the lives that were lost and the blood that was shed so that we could have a franchise. While we are urging people, let's talk about a couple of things. Let's talk about accountability. Let's talk about what accountability looks like. It looks like showing up for your community. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for doing that. Thank you, brothers and sisters. And I know I'm one who will tell legislators and all the way up to Congress if I think you should be doing more. But thank you. Thank you so much for showing up. And so as we think about what our responsibility is, let's just make sure we're in the trenches. Let's make sure we're not observing our people suffering, but we are actually standing next to our people with our high school degrees, and I have a couple of those myself. But that is because somebody pushed me, because I was a stoned knucklehead. I had to be pushed into consciousness, had to be pushed into what you see now. So let's make sure we push others. Let's make sure we support the great Kahoma Community College and all our HBCUs. I'm a proud product of Central State University, one of 2 historically Black colleges in the state of Ohio. So thank you for today. Thank you for every day that you show up, and remember, baby Cohen, remember Nolan, and don't forget about Camilo, who got 35 years. When the dude in California, who burned up 1,000 or so or more houses, killed 11 people in the Palisades, a fire he set is only
you so much.
Lastly, we will have Miss Kathy Sykes.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I made that trek from Jackson, Mississippi, because this hearing is so very, very important. You know, I currently serve as Executive Director of the Mississippi Immigrants' Rights Alliance. And if you look at a lot of these terrible bills that they have been passing around the country, they're using immigrants as a scapegoat. And they're passing laws that affect all of us. So when they say show ID because we don't want immigrants voting, now all of us who are born in this country, generations of U.S. citizens in this country, descendants of slaves in this country, have to show IDs. So we must begin to recognize that all of us need to work together, because that's the only way that there is enough of us. Because one, in and of itself, is not enough. It takes all of us together to make this country what it should be. I am just so honored to be in Coahoma County, where one of my mentors live. I'm talking about Dr. Aaron N. Henry. We should never forget that name. He laid so much on the line for us to advance us as a people in this state. And we are not going to sit back. We might look back, but we're not going back. You know, we're going to look back so that we can learn those lessons, but we're not going back. And I also serve as chairman of the board of the new National Christian Leadership Movement. It's a new national civil rights organization, and the goal is to get our faith leaders and our religious community involved. Because if you look back at our history, it was our faith leaders, such as Dr. Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy and Reverend Jesse Jackson. They are the ones that were the trailblazers, and they held the torch for all of us. So it's now time for our faith leaders and members to get off the sidelines, come out of the pews, and get in the street. We need boots in the street, y'all, for real. We need boots in the street. And that's the only way we're going to make a difference in our state and in this country, because Mississippi, we call it the belly of the beast. You know, and if we're not careful, all of America will look like Mississippi and will act like Mississippi. And these, what they call them, Christian nationalists, they are using our Bible in a corrupt way. In a corrupt way. And we got to start calling them out. We need our allies to call them out, because they are using our faith in a corrupt way, in a way that is nothing like the principles that Jesus taught. If anybody were to read their Bible, they will see that the principles and stuff that they practice are not in line with Christianity at all. Thank you so much. I see an amen in the back. Thank you all. And Cousin Ray.
Before we bring up our next guest, can we please just give the legislative team another round of applause for just being here? She says Jim Crow 2.0 must go.
And let me tell you all the significance of this shirt. The night that Medgar Evers was murdered in his driveway in Jackson, Mississippi, he had t-shirts in his hand that said, Jim Crow must go. So if they're trying to turn back the clock, our mantra today is Jim Crow 2.0 must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyde. Next, we will have Ms. Carrie Benson.
Can you hear me? I was asked from a good friend to come and share some of my life and my experience with Oklahoma County, Clarksdale, Mississippi. I was born in 1949 under the Jim Crow, and also might be going back and forward. But I want to talk mostly to the young people that's in here because they are our future. I remember going to Clarksdale High and getting the children to register before they voted for elections. It was so hard when I walked in there and met the registration forms for them to register. And half of the class got up and said they were going to vote for Donald Trump. So Donald Trump won. So I don't know who they voted for, but at least I tried when I got them to register. Now I got 3 children. They all were, and 2 friends that registered. And when they got the age, they registered. I was born in a farm back in the cotton field with plantations. All the people around me was on plantations. I lived close to Roy Fowler. I don't know if y'all heard of Roy Fowler's plantation, but I went to school on his school with all the plantations. And this is what we are today. Because they don't want us to go to school. They're trying to bag it back. They don't took all the English out of the school. And a lot of young people need to wake up, smell the coffee, and get on board. Because if you young, this is your life, this is your future. And you can let it pass through your hands because you think it's not your time. Voting is all we got. John Lewis, Dr. Martin Luther King, all those struggled for us. And we haven't moved the needle now once. We are all fighting against each other, killing each other, hating on each other.
Next, let's bring up Senator Robert Jackson. I just want to let everyone know that this is a nonpartisan event.
Thank you. I think you talked about the previous speaker. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Jackson. I had the privilege to serve as state senator for 20 years. And Coahoma Community College is in my district, so shout out to Coahoma Community College. Yes. I'm proud to be on stage with, I don't think Coahoma Community College has had this many legislators in its presence ever. So we just want to recognize them for being here. Thank them for representing us. I had the opportunity to serve with 2 of them, and the rest of them are all new, which is why our new current Senate and the governor wants to make a change because too many of us are getting in powerful positions. It's been said that if you don't have anybody sitting around the table, then you're on the table as a discussion. So we need to get as many of these folks back to Jackson as possible and make sure that we keep our congressmen in the U.S. House of Representatives. My interest is the legislative process and redistricting. As you know, in this area, we're going through a couple of redistricting processes already and threatening to go to another one, maybe in November, even earlier. The state legislature may call back and redraw lines yet once again. We've had the opportunity to stop the process where they can just vote without having to have any Democrats to vote for the bill. So now they want that back. They want to get rid of as many black legislators as possible so they can have that process down like the way they want it. But it's imperative for us to make sure that our young people, a lot of talk about young people participating in the legislative process, voting. It's very important. And I would say to the black community in general that you need to be informed about what's really going on. The young lady just left, she talked about some issues that really is what's going on. You need to know about that. You can't get the real news anymore because the new administration has just cut that out. So if you really want to know what's going on, you would have to, there's only one station I know of. CNN used to be pretty good, but they've been bought off. MS Now is the only station where you can get pretty good information and be able to stand on it. So my thing is for the black community, don't worry about so much about being informed other ways, ABC, NBC, CBS, they've been co-opted. MS Now is the place to go if you want to learn about what's really going on. It's imperative that young people start voting and voting in numbers. Because if you don't, what happens is that you will lose the right to vote. And I talked to my neighbor last week and I was telling them that if we don't start voting, especially in November, we may be the one on the boat that may shift out or on the plane may shift to some other country we don't know nothing about. It's just that serious. We have to start voting and voting in numbers. The young man came up and talked about educating our young folks about the legislative process, about voting. That's imperative that we continue to do that. Thankful for all of you for showing up here at Coahoma Community College in the North Mississippi Delta area. We have been sort of left out in the loop in terms of groups advocating for human rights and voting rights in the Jackson area. But you came up here and you're working with us, and we will work with you
Kahoma. I'm president of the board of a group called Maze Mississippi Action for Community Education in Greenville, Mississippi. And for a number of years, it helped to create towns like Kahoma, Mississippi, where the young lady was from. It helped them to incorporate so that they could provide for the needs of the citizens of Kahoma. We're working hard to bring the Maze back so that it can continue to do those kinds of things. We need that, and we'll continue to do the hard work. But again, thank you for all coming out to this area, to Kahoma Community College, to Kahoma, Clarksdale. My home is Quitman. We have a serious problem there in terms of redistricting. We have about 80% of the population that is still controlled by the minority. We have some work to do in that respect. And I'm sure similar things are going on in Kahoma and adjacent counties. So thanks again for all the groups that are here, Mississippi Action for Community Education, Mississippi Workers Center, NAACP One Voice, Mississippi Engage, Center for Justice, and SPSC. Thank you all for being here. Look forward to working with you.
All right, last but not least, Dr. James A. Cook.
Y'all sit right here. Can you help me up? Hey, young man. How you doing, sir? Good. I ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. I ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching at the freedom lane. See, that's a lot of and that's our fault. We have failed ourselves. On your feet. Run. I'm about to prove my point. Because within that little activity, also we find a problem. There's very little that we can do together. Even as some of you were attempting to stand up and put the hands going on, we got everybody in our minds to be one. Sit up there and be one purpose, one people. So I won't be here for 3 minutes. I drove down from Aberdeen, Mississippi. This is my representative, this is short guy there.
Let's get Dr. Cook on the hand. That will conclude our part two of our community testimonies. I just wanted to say again, thank you to everyone for just giving the space, a respectful space for everyone's voices to be heard. Next, we will have a reply from the legislators. Can we welcome Senator Redmond Jackson, please?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. First, I thank my panelists for coming and thank you for I thank my faculty for joining us. We have also those representing the You all know here that don't know how to we've heard all the stories. Some of us younger than others, they don't do it, but it looks like you're going to have that area. And my thoughts are committed. We always have to be to find out what's best for us, for all of us. Not just the immigrants, not just the Republicans, not just the White House. We fight for everybody. We have this big picture. And we go take a look at one building. We go into a room, we go into a building, it's described as all in a gunfight with a knife. With our hands out behind. We get looked on, we get beat on. We have to fight and lead for every time we go in there every day, knowing what's going to happen. Knowing that the third power structure, the way it's set up, does not have our constituents everything in our heart, does not have the family to live on in our heart, does not have the whole in our heart. These people are holding us up, don't care about what's right, what's wrong, what they do. It's just right to go the other way. We go in there every day and lead for y'all. We need y'all help. We need y'all help. It's not enough of us. But we have enough of y'all. There's enough of us there to get more of us there. We need y'all help. So much bigger. We appreciate you. Look at whatever it is we're doing. It don't take that many. Us up here, y'all got me. Y'all are right. We will say that. We will say it like it doesn't take that. Now, I can put it all about praying, put it there before, doing things that you know how to do. But all I'll say is, we doing the work. This is proving we're doing the work. You're doing the work. You're going to keep doing the work. This is not a kid. This is a kid. This is going up. Now, the other is going up. Come on. Sure, they're going to do it. I have several problems. I need to know where we're going to do it. We're going to do it. So, one of them. Thank you, Senator Redmond Jackson. Y'all, let's give our legislators one more round of applause.
We thank y'all for everything that y'all do. Now, to close today's hearing, we're honored to welcome our closing speaker for today's closing charge. Please join me in welcoming Alderwoman of Jonestown, Ms. LaSasha Griffin.
All righty. This is what happens, you all, when you're at the very end. Okay, as we conclude today's hearing, let us remember that the right to vote is not simply a constitutional privilege. It is the foundation that every other right stands on. For communities like Jonestown and towns throughout the Mississippi Delta and the state of Mississippi, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 represents more than legislation. It is a testament to the courage of ordinary people who made extraordinary sacrifices so future generations could have a voice in the shaping of our state and our nation. Today, we honor the legacy, not only with our words, but with our commitment to action. As an elected official, I understand that every vote cast represents a story, a family, a hope, and a vision for a stronger tomorrow. When our citizens participate, our democracy becomes stronger, and it becomes more resilient, and our future becomes brighter. I challenge each of us to leave this hearing with a renewed sense of purpose. Register someone to vote, mentor a first-time voter, volunteer as a poll worker, attend local meetings, hold your elected officials accountable, including me. Participate in every generation's activity. Let history remind us of where we have been, but where we are going. Again, thank you, and this is our call to action.
Everyone, please stay seated. Please stay seated.
a little more respect. I tell you the truth, this old lady been around a long time. I hear them talking about voting and voting rights. I want y'all to know I was there in the 60s. I was there marching so we would have the right to vote. But now and again, a lot of y'all young folks don't know. They didn't even want us to register to vote. They had this here illegal poll tax thing. Or even when they outlawed it, they still wanted to make us pay it in Mississippi. I want you to know that I'm the old storyteller from Belgium, Mississippi. I'm the old storyteller that founded the Reverend George Lee Museum, the first man that died for our rights to vote in the Mississippi Delta that was organized in any kind of way recognized. I want y'all to know this evening that this old lady, I'm talking my way up to the stage. It takes me about 5 minutes to get there, you know. So old folks have to put up a front so y'all don't know the real story, you know. But one thing about it, don't fool yourself. When I marched in, I want you to know I still got some fight in me now. Oh yeah, and as long as we facing what we're facing, all of them trying to make it difficult for us to get to the poll, all trying to discourage us, trying to make sure that our names ain't on the voter roll. When we go to the precinct, they want to tell us we in the wrong place, hoping that we won't, go to the next stop and the next stop. But I stopped by to tell you, it don't make no difference how many times they try to deter us. We gonna keep on going, and we gonna keep on trying until we make it. And mark our X in the box to make sure we count. Am I in the right place? You know I'm kind of old, you know. But I stopped by to tell you, don't let that fool. Cause I still got some fight, and I'm still gonna exercise my voters' right. I want y'all to know the enemy have bamboozled us. But if you understand what it is, for somebody like Fannie Lou Hamer said, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. 6 years old, on the side of the gravel road, she started her occupation as a cotton picker. But don't let that fool you. God uses who he chooses. He chooses who he uses. He said, of whom I call, I qualify. He said, many are called, but few are chosen. You haven't walked this walk and talked this talk by accident. You were chosen to do the work that you were doing, but it's still much more work to do. We got to let them know we don't need a passport. To go nowhere in the state of Mississippi or to get on our airplane. It seems like that's what it's coming to. And you know we were born and raised in Mississippi. Or somebody said, if you don't have your ID, I want you to know, don't let that stop you. If you got to go back and get it, they got all kind of tricks to use. I stopped by to remind some of y'all. Old Pam told me this. We was playing checkers and they were playing chess. Old brother Abby, he had his tricks up his sleeve. But I stopped by to tell you, we out fox the fox and we out hound the hound. We gonna keep our humility of the road to freedom. We gonna register our people. We gonna tell them what the facts is. I ain't gonna tell you which one to vote for. But when I get through talking to you, the evidence gonna speak for itself. My mama told me that you can make the way so plain that the blind wouldn't stumble and the fool would never. It's our time to educate our people so they know who they be. I want you to know that the power is in the ballot. There's a
Fannie Lou Hamer, she didn't mind going from college to college. A woman who only had a 6th grade education. And she was telling them a lot of the things that y'all been telling us ain't true no way. Or she went to the university to tell the professor how to educate black folks simply by telling them the truth. You came from a place called Acadia Lawn. They had to call it Africa because there were so many different tribes. I stopped by to tell somebody, we gonna register and we gonna vote because we know what's at stake. You gotta educate your nieces and your nephews so they can educate the rest of the crew. That's our job, that's our assignment today. Don't let them be bamboozled. You know who cut child care in the state of Mississippi. You know who the cut stamps, or they call them SNAP benefits in the state of Mississippi. You know who in Mississippi send money back by the millions of dollars like this ain't the poorest state in the United States of America. Oh, but I stopped by to remind you that the old scouting boogers, they got a plan over again. But I stopped by to tell you it's time for us to plan our own plan. Oh, we don't let the man know in November. Oh, just what kind of plan we got. I know where the power lies. It lies within my people. The Supreme Court of hell. All the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment guts. And that's what gave us the leeway. Now we're going to walk that thing down. All law by law, we're going to pick it apart to make sure that our people are doing what they need to do. Education, communication, collaboration, motivation. My people, that's what we need. And I stopped by to tell y'all today, they got all kind of tactics to keep you from going to the polls. They got all type of lies that they can tell you on a whole lot of folks. They cut the line so that the people that got experience, I ain't telling you what to do, just let me put a few facts out there. The old school, that's not rookies, that's putting their information out there, that know how to deal with these manipulating scoundrels that we got in office. They are experienced, seasoned soldiers that know how to look you in the face, call a spade a spade. And say, well, this don't benefit my district. This don't benefit my people. And then take a chance when we no longer appreciate that we being brainwashed and bamboozled by the bamboozler. He stepped forward, she stepped forward, non-partisan. And says, I want to give you the facts now. When everybody else was scared to show up in Washington, D.C. to vote, I voted. Check the records. Know who you're voting for. Make your vote count. I'm the old storyteller. I ain't that much to say, you know. But I said educate your people. Go to the poll. Make sure you get them there. It's too important for them not to vote. Thank you! Oh, we got some gentlemen in the house. The youngest man in Mississippi is a gentleman. Old lady down the street.
The work of our cigarette system, across the city. The decisions made by our officials as citizens and voters, we all have a responsibility to stay informed, make our voices heard, and support policies that put children first. Today, our scholars and our proud to take in these areas. It is an opportunity to demonstrate that advocacy begins with awareness, and that each of us has a role to build strong communities in every child has an opportunity to succeed. Thank you again, Mr. Jackson. And for welcoming us to the legislature today, we ask an important question. Are we square? More importantly, are we committed to doing our part to help the children answer the phone? Yes. We want to, if you all keep thinking about, we want to add this to our motivation. Sometimes we heard something inside so strong. So every day, we participate in one day. So one of the songs that we incorporated in the one-day session is called Something Inside Us. So we're going to do that song right now, guys.
Come on, y'all. I know y'all give a better round of applause than that. Give it up for our freedom school. Great job, great job, great job. One of the main things that we have to do within our communities is keep our youth active in the process of civic. Keep our youth active in the process of civic. So with that being said, y'all, thank y'all. We're about to start our rally. So, Mr. Alexander, before we start our rally, we gotta pray in first, right? Y'all believe in prayer? Make some noise, you believe in prayer. Make some noise if you know if you were for prayer, you wouldn't be here. Make some noise. So with that being said, I will turn it over to Mr. Anthony, and from there to Ms. Watson on my way. Thank y'all.
All right, that's good. Our Father and our God, we thank you again for this day that you've given us. We thank you for all of the advocacy partners and community leaders and those who have gathered in this place of academia today. We ask your continued blessings upon our young people who've just given up their talent and their time, that we as adults be better examples for them, that we continue to support them and push them as someone has supported us and pushed us. And we also ask your continued blessings upon those who serve in the communities, those who are elected, and even those big mamas and muddiers, and deacons and men and women who guard the community, who protect the community. We ask your blessings upon them. And all across this nation, our voting rights are under attack, and you know that. But we still believe that you're able to do all things but fail. And so our hope and our trust is not in our local government or our state government or our county government or even this nation's government. Our hope and our trust is in you. You are the author and the finisher of our faith. You are the one who still sits high and looks low. You are the one who still answers our midnight prayers. And we do know that you work the late night shift. And so we thank you in all things. And we ask your a spirit of cooperation and a spirit of togetherness and collaboration reverberate not only in this place, but in our communities as we leave this place. Let us go back into the hamlets and the villages, the places we call home, to do the work that you have assigned us to do. We thank you in all things. In the name that is above every other name, Christ, our Savior and our King. It is in his name do we pray. Let every believer of God say amen.
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 Good mic here. Yeah.
When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. Good afternoon, Mississippi Delta and beyond. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the beautiful campus of Coahoma Community College. My name is Kerry Lee from WCQC 91.3 FM, Coahoma Community College's own radio station. It is my privilege to welcome you to today's People Rally. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our organizers, our volunteers, our community partners, our elected officials, our clergy, our educators, our students, and each of you for taking the time to be here today. History is more than something we read in books. History lives in the courage of ordinary people who chose to stand for what they believed was right, often at great personal cost. Here in Mississippi, history was written in churches, schools, cotton fields, courthouses, and small town streets by men and women who believed that future generations deserve greater opportunity, and a stronger democracy. We remember pioneers like Medgar Evers, who gave his life in the pursuit of equal rights. We remember Fannie Lou Hamer of Ruleville, whose words, courage, and determination continued to inspire people around the world. We remember Aaron Henry of Clarksdale, a pharmacist, businessman, and one of Mississippi's most influential civil rights leaders who devoted decades to expanding civic participation and justice. We remember Angie Moore of Cleveland, whose leadership helped lay the foundation for Freedom Summer. We remember Dr. Tiara M. Howard of Mount Bayou, who fought tirelessly for justice, economic opportunity, and equal treatment under the law. Also here in Clarksdale, we proudly recognize Mrs. Vera Piggy, whose lifelong commitment to civil rights, community service, and voter engagement has made her one of the Mississippi Delta's most respected voices. Her work reminds us that history is not only written by nationally known figures, but also by dedicated local leaders who choose to serve their communities year after year, like some of you here present today. We also honor the many people whose names may never appear in the history books. The teachers, ministers, veterans, students, farmers, parents, laborers, and neighbors who quietly made sacrifices so that future generations might enjoy opportunities they themselves were often denied. Their stories remind us that history is not just about remembering the past, it's about understanding it, learning from it, and ensuring that the sacrifices of those who came before us are never forgotten. History also reminds us that the American story is one of continual growth. The Constitution has been strengthened over time through amendments, legislation, and court decisions that expanded rights and protections to more people. Each generation has inherited both the blessings of those who came before and the responsibility to learn from the past. Today's gathering is an opportunity to reflect on that history, to hear different perspectives, and to honor the legacy of those who believed that every generation should strive to leave this country stronger than they found it. As Maya Angelou once wrote, you can't really know where you are going until you know where you have been. And with that spirit, it is my pleasure to welcome my co-host, Dr. Nikisha Watts, as we begin today's program.
Mississippi Delta, where are you? Are you in the building today? Come on, I'm from the Mississippi Delta, where I can take my shoes off and put it in the dirt. So I'm asking, where is the Mississippi Delta? Don't fool me on this evening. I need to know that you're from the Mississippi Delta. Let me remind you that this is a rally. And I don't know if you've ever been to a rally before, but this is a rally. And what are we doing here? A rally is more than a gathering of people. It's a rally is a public demonstration of unity, purpose, and hope. It is where people come together because they believe something is worth standing for. So I need you to stand on your feet. DJ, can you help me just for a moment? I need you to stand on your feet and tell your neighbor this is the Mississippi Delta. Come on, I need you to represent where you're from. Because I go all over the world and let me know that this is the Mississippi Delta. Tell me what will those people come on DJ. Let them know that this is the Mississippi Delta right now. Come on,
Come on, where your hands at? Come on, hey! They don't like it, but you in the Mississippi Delta today. Come on, let them know. That's it. Thank you, DJ. I just want you on your feet because we got something to say today. And we're standing in the Mississippi Delta in Clarksdale, Mississippi, ready to stand and do what we need them to do. All right, we're going to move right on in the program, and we're going to have, we've had our welcome, we've had our prayer by Reverend Otis Anthony, the Mississippi House Representative, and now we're going to have greetings from Commissioner Ray Sykes all the way. He traveled all the way, y'all, from Clarksdale, Mississippi. The Clarksdale City Commissioner Ward 1. Y'all give them a hand as you come and give us greetings on today. All right, well, you all should have felt welcome when you walked in the building. And I think they have already talked and told us that we are welcome. And so we're going to have remarks from Representative Tamika James Jones, Mississippi House Representative 251. Come on, y'all let her know she's in the Mississippi Delta.
Thank you, my beautiful soror. Delta Sigma Theta sorors in the house. We're so proud to be here today. I will have to give a shout out to the sorors because, you know, this is about social action. Social action is who we are. Social action is what we do. We are social action. And with that being said, this is a time where we have got to move. The song said just a minute ago, 1, 2, 3, it says stand up, or get up, or hold up. Well, if it said hold up, we're going to change it and we're going to say stand up. This is the time for us to stand up. We know that our voting rights are on the line. And if one thing we know that we can do, we can toe the line and we can hold the line. And we want all of us to join in together. November the 3rd is right around the corner. Now, the thing about it is, in these past elections, we've only had about 1 out of 3 voters to participate in the elections process. That's a sad day. That's a sad day. But guess what? Just as sure as the sun rises, and as sure as the sun sets, it's going to rise again. And on November 3rd, we want all of us to join in together. Not only just us going to the poll, but we want to take 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 folks with us to the poll. It's that important. It's that important. And as a 20-year, I was the circuit clerk for 20 years. And I saw folks coming into the courthouse to vote. I want all of us to see ourselves going into those polling precincts, going into the circuit clerk's office. Go and vote early. If you're 65 and older, go vote early. If you're a high school student, if you are a student at a community college, at a university, go vote early. If you got a disability, go vote early. If you think you're going to have a headache on election day, go vote early. If you know your knee been hurting you for the past 15 years, and you don't want to stand in line, you tell them you got a disability and you go vote early. You got a soldier girl, soldier boy, that's all the way fighting for us in the military. Tell them to make sure that they vote early. And our final day for what we call absentee voting is Halloween, October 31st. So since we're worried about tricks and treats, don't let us get tricked or treated. No! Treated in the wrong way. November the 3rd, it's our time. And the way that things are going right now, when everything is under attack, your voting rights, your human rights, women's rights, everything is under attack. But this is our time. This is our time. And we heard the gentleman say, as soon as he walked up, he said, when we fight,
we win.
y'all didn't say that like you meant it. He said, when we fight,
we win.
That's what I'm talking about. November 3rd, I need to see everybody. If you ain't already early vote, I need you to get ready to get to the poll and vote. And I just told Representative Anthony here, as far as I'm concerned, I need every food bank, every church to be open. If they're going to give away food, give it away on November 3rd. Because y'all know we have some long lines for that stuff. Do it on November 3rd. I'll see you at the polls. Peace out.
Come on, y'all give it up for Representative Tamika James. That's it. Get to the polls and vote. I don't care if you got to drag them or you got to ride them on your bicycle. You make sure you get them to the polls. Now we'll have remarks from my senator, Senator Reginald Jackson, from Mississippi State Senate District 11. And so he's coming at his time on his own way.
Hello, what they got on here?
Good afternoon. Y'all just heard me speak. Y'all just heard me speak. Y'all just saw me walking around. I don't know what I can say to y'all again. But what I will say is I'm glad to see you all here. So glad to see you all here. What we need to do is get back to this, depending on one another and sharing and carrying one another. We got to depend on each other, and that's what we're doing here today. Each one, teach one. When you know better, do better. That's what we came here today, because we want to do better. Thank you for coming out and supporting us. I'd like to thank the Lord and the Savior for blessing us today, carrying us, keeping us, being with us, protecting us, hearing our prayers, wiping our tears, lifting us up, putting us on solid ground, changing our whole life around. Thank you, Lord. This ain't church, but we need Jesus. Thank y'all, Senator Reginald Jackson, Representative Soto, quickly tuning the tape, the Homer counties. I enjoy doing what I do for y'all. We don't get paid a whole lot to do it. It's not for money, it's because we care. It is because we care. So when you see your senators, representatives, and elected officials, give them a hug, show them some love, give them some grace. Because we need grace in this place. I love Mississippi.
All right, y'all, give it up for our Senator Reginald Jackson. We are at the point where we're bringing up a historian. This is a history genius, and we're at the segment history has taught us. But I want to stop for a moment to let you know, do y'all know who you are? Do you know who you are? Can you tell your neighbor next to you they can't eat without us? Come on, tell them loud and clear, they can't eat without us. Come on, we in the Mississippi Delta where the world is rich. Come on, we do all the producing of all of the agriculture, the soybeans, the corn, the cotton. Tell them next to you they can't eat without us. I need you to know your value, because when you know your value, people can't mistreat you. At least not on purpose. We don't let them mistreat us on purpose. And so I am bringing this historian, this history genius to the floor, none other than Dr. Hillary Lackey, the professor of the Jackson State University, the Lackey Scholar Program. No, he's driving his way up here. He is a wonder for our people. And we're ready to hear what history has taught us by none other than the Dr. Hillary Lackey.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Watts. Ladies and gentlemen of the legislature, and of course, my favorite radio station in the world. I got a 100 station in Jackson. One that I serve on sometime, but ain't nothing like yours.
All right, now.
Ladies and gentlemen, long ago and far away in a place called Africa, we were the first people, the very first human beings on planet Earth were black people in Africa. All other folks came from us.
That's right.
We were the ones who pioneered and built the pyramids. We were the ones who pioneered science. It was our minds, our endeavors, our resiliency. We were the ones. Then something happened. Some people up above the Mediterranean Sea and on the cusp of the Atlantic Ocean in a place called Europe got their hands on a gun, a G-U-N. And they decided that they're going to exercise their greed with the power of superior weaponry called a gun. And they was able to do that. When they subdued the Native Americans after Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, they found that they was inadequate to meet the challenges of this huge continent, or those continents, because it was North America and South America that gave them challenges. Somehow in their wisdom and their selfish mode of thinking, they conjured up the idea that in Africa there were a powerful people who could withstand the elements, a powerful people who could do the work and not die and not perish, who had no gun. So with the gun, they went back. And through working through some people who didn't quite understand what was going on, they were able to capture us or receive captive and brought over here to this continent, North America, yes, South America, but let's forget South America for a little while, to North America, folks in bondage, chained, who were put to work, forced to work against elements from sun up to sundown, from king till king.
That's right. That's right.
From king till, no, y'all don't understand. From king till king. Those were our ancestors. Well, all of them were not my ancestors, because some of them was me and my wife and my siblings. We worked from can to can't. Farming. Well, when they brought us here and sat through the Continental Congress to form this country, you know the words. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what they wrote on paper. But they didn't mean us. Well, fast forward. When Abraham Lincoln, in the midst of the Civil War, said at the Gettysburg Address, 407 years ago, our forefathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He repeated it. But he didn't think we were listening in the midst of the Civil War. They were always afraid of us. 6 years before Abraham Lincoln made that speech, at the Dred Scott decision of 1857, here's the way it went. Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Roger B. Taney, well, you can call him Taney if you want, said that the black man has no right that a white man is bound to respect. So they passed, after the Civil War, legislation. The 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution said we would abolish slavery. The 14th Amendment said those who have been heretofore in bondage shall now be citizens. The 15th Amendment said they may now vote, but they're scared to death. Our resiliency against those written and judgmental decrees has been such that we have always fought for the right to be counted among those that said unalienable rights. Martin Luther King Jr. said, we ain't trying to change nothing. We just want you to live according to what you have on paper. And that's all we are saying here right now. The Voting Rights Act said we want you to live up to what you have on paper. But they've always been afraid that if we voted, there would be little or no white elected officials in places like the Mississippi Delta where blacks outnumber whites. And that's where we stand today. But in the words of Nat Turner, as I've been instructed and directed to sit down, let me tell you this. Nat Turner said on November 11, 1831, it's a good day to die. You gonna vote? I'm gonna vote or die. That's my commitment to life. And that attitude, vote or die, it'll take us where we need to go. There's always been opposition, always been folks trying to suppress us and keep us from voting. Redistricting is not the first, second, third, fifth, or 12th. It is just the most recent way to try to keep us from voting. So again, we can put it in our hearts. I'm going to vote, or it's a good day to die.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, y'all, give it up for Dr. Hillary Lackey for that lesson on today. We got to know where we are and know where we came from. Listen, we're at a point that this is our fight. Come on, tell somebody this is our fight.
This is our
Come on,
fight.
I got older siblings and they used to fight for me. But at some point in time when they graduated and moved on, I had to fight for myself. So today we're telling you that this is our fight. Come on, you got to say it with your chest stuck out. This is our fight. Come on, nobody got to do it for me. So my co-host is coming up, and he's going to introduce our next line of speakers to explain to us why this is our fight and why we have to keep fighting. Come on, Gary.
All right, this is our fight. I want you to take a moment to look around. Look at the ones that are here and look at how many that are not here. Where are our warriors? Where are our soldiers? Dr. Hillary spoke earlier about the guns and how they took us over with guns. But now they put those guns in our hands. And guess what? We're killing our soldiers. We're killing our warriors. And they're going to prison. We have no one to fight. If we don't wake up and talk to our people and let them know we have to stay out here, stay off these streets, and stop killing one another. This segment, This Is Our Fight, brings together community leaders, public servants, and advocates who have been invited to share their perspective and experiences. Each speaker brings a unique voice and a different set of experiences to this conversation. Without further delay, we're going to bring on the next presenter, Reverend Don Green. And hold on, I take pride in pronouncing everyone's name correct the first time, so if I butcher your name, please forgive me. Mayor Columbus Russell, Attorney Jarabu Hill, the Honorable Robert Jackson, and Danelia Coleman, and Wakinia J.S. Clanton. Come in that order, thank you. Let's welcome them to the big warm Mississippi Delta.
All right. Good afternoon. I want to personally welcome all of you to the real Delta. We're in the real Delta, where all of the food, all the produce is grown right here in the real Delta that we consume in the Delta. First, though, I would like to introduce the corporate Miss Mississippi. Will you stand and say hello to everybody? Amen. We got her here tonight. That's corporate Miss Mississippi right there from Senatobia.
All right, Miss Mississippi.
Hot Springs, up in that area. Thank you. I know I got 2 minutes, but I'm going to hurry up and get through with what I got to say here. Legislatures, thank you all for coming. I thank you all for coming as well. I know I can't compare with Dr. Lackey when he came with all the history. But I can tell you about myself. My name is Donald Green. I've experienced some things in the Delta that not many people have. I'm a former state tax commissioner for Mississippi. Only 2 of us in the history of this state. So you can understand that 2 blacks in the history of Mississippi to serve as tax commissioner for Mississippi. And among those other things, I run an organization called Mississippi Delta Council. We train growers to farm and to raise produce and vegetables. When you go home tonight or when you have your dinner this afternoon, think about where those vegetables came from. Be concerned about those people's hands that raise these vegetables. Because people of color, 90% of the time, have been involved in raising those vegetables and produce, wherever it came from. Sometimes we forget about that. And I'm not just telling you that, I've said this to Washington folks, local people, state people, and everybody. We have to protect those workers that help us eat and consume vegetables. Let's get that a round of applause. All of us have to eat all the time, so we have to protect those people. But I want to introduce you to something else. Somebody says is our fight. It is our fight, but you know, oppression hasn't just now started. It's been around throughout Scripture, Bible days. They oppressed people back then. But we have someone to man our fight. We have somebody that can protect us against all enemies, foreign or domestic. We have someone that's looking out over our lives night and day. Somebody say he watched over me all last night. That's God. God is our protector. He's our shield and he's our reference. Don't you be scared of things that might happen tomorrow. Because wherever you are, whatever you do, if you have the faith, that's all you need. If you have the faith, that's all you need. So I'm telling you today,
grab hold to the faith and keep on working. Now, faith without work, John Thomas, is dead. So you got to have faith, but you got to work. And I want to tell you one more thing. You have to have, in my understanding, a VCR. Somebody say a VCR? Well, that's old-fashioned. You don't need a VCR in today's fashion, but you do. I'll tell you what a VCR is. You see, you got to be visible. You got to have visibility. And if you just look in the mirror, all of you got a mirror in here, just look in the mirror. So I'm talking to the man in the mirror today. So you got to be visible. You can't sit on your couch and hope that things happen. You got to get out in the community and be visible. That's a V. Then you got to have a C in there. You got to be credible. You got to have credibility with your folks that you live next door to. You got to have credibility with the people down the street. You got to have credibility with the people in your church. And then you got to be reliable. You got to have that credibility every time, every day and every night. So that visibility stands for VCR, visibility, credibility, and reliability. Now raise your hand if you got the VCR in your life today. I know some of you probably say, yeah, I got it, but I don't see some of you in a month time. But you gotta have that VCR. And then finally, I want to tell you another thing. I know we got about 2 minutes. It says, I want you tonight, as you go along your way with your VCR, stay focused on what you're doing. Stay positive about what you're doing. And be about God's business. All right? Stay focused, stay positive, and keep busy. And then my final thought is, N3, that's November the 3rd. Well, there's a reason this thing came out on the 3rd. One for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Ghost. N3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Don Green. Next, we'll have our Mayor, Columnus Russell, from Mayor of Jonestown, Mississippi. Come on, y'all, celebrate him as he comes.
I am back, y'all. Man, I just want to start off by saying, man, what an honor to be here. Being one of the youngest mayors in Mississippi has taught me that age doesn't determine your ability to lead. It's your heart, your work ethic, and your willingness to serve. To every young person here tonight, don't let anyone tell you that you're too young to make a difference. I was told, wait your turn, but I chose to prepare myself, step up, and serve my community. Leadership isn't about having all the answers. It's about being willing to learn, work hard, and just keep showing up, even when things get difficult. If you have a dream, don't wait for permission to chase it. Your age is not your limitation. It can be your strength. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Come on, I hope you got the message that you're not too young to do the work. Come on, we have the youngest mayor in the state of Mississippi, and he's doing good work. Come on, y'all, give it up for him. We're looking for our young people to carry the torch and do the work. Come on. Now we're going to have a Lackey scholar coming from us from Quigley County, none other than Danella Coleman. Come on, y'all celebrate her as she comes. She is a recent graduate from Madison Chattahoochee High School from the big city of Lawrence, Mississippi. And we're very proud of her. She was Miss Madison Chattahoochee High School, the Florida Victoria Madison Chattahoochee class College, none other than Miss Coleman.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Denelia Coleman, and I proudly serve as Miss Madison Shannon Palmer High School for the 2025-2026 school year. Before I begin, I would love for everyone to repeat after me. Say, I am somebody. Somebody is me. Now turn to your neighbor and say, you are somebody. Somebody is you. It is important for us to know that we are somebody every single day, but especially during times like this. It is important to know that your voice matters and your vote matters. If you ever feel like you don't have a voice, know that your vote is a voice. Too often, we as Black people hear others, even in our own community, say, I'm not voting because it doesn't count, or I'm not voting because it doesn't matter anyway. Well, I'm here to tell you that those people are wrong because your vote does matter. Our ancestors, such as my great-grandfather, Armstead Phillips, who marched for Dr. Martin Luther King and died from a heart attack, fought, marched, and prayed, and even gave their lives so that we could have the right to vote. They didn't go through all of that for us to sit back and let someone else decide our future. Every election is the opportunity for us to stand up, be heard, and make a difference in our communities. The way we show up today shapes the future for the generations to come. Just like those before us made sacrifices so we could have the right, the decisions we make now will determine what your children and grandchildren will inherit tomorrow. The topic of this section is, this is our fight. And voting is one of the strongest ways we fight. We fight by showing up. We fight by speaking up. We fight by making sure our voices are heard. So don't let anyone convince you that your vote doesn't matter. One vote can shape a school board, a mayor's race, a governor's race, or even the future of our country. Change starts with the people making decisions to participate. Remember this, you are somebody. Your voice matters, and your vote matters. Don't let your voice go unheard. Thank you, and may God bless each and every one of you.
Come on, y'all. Our young people are on the battlefield.
That's right.
Not just for the Lord, but they're on the battlefield to vote and stand up for their community. We're going to keep it right on going. We're going to keep it right on going. Mr. Hill, because I don't want to mess your first name up. But Mr. Hill, if you can, come on down to the stage from the Mississippi Worker Center for Human Rights. Come on, y'all, give it up for it. Cheer, please, come. Listen, Mississippi folks, we are here, and we're celebrating them to come at this time.
Okay, I already spoke earlier. I just wanted to make an announcement, and I want to share some lyrics. I'm not going to sing, but I'm going to share some lyrics with you. I wanted to announce that we are celebrating our 30th anniversary of the only human rights organization in the state of Mississippi, and that's the Mississippi Worker Center for Human Rights. And we're also celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Southern Human Rights Organizers Conference at the Jackson State University, December 10th to the 13th. December 10th to the 13th. And one of our special guests all the way from Meridian, Mississippi, will be American Idol star Jamal Roberts. So make your way to JSU. Gladys Knight is actually one of my favorite singers. And she and the Pips years ago came up with a song that really, I don't know why it didn't catch on, because commercial music usually doesn't catch on to what we really need. But this song caught on, and we use it a lot on radio when we support elected officials who are running that we believe in. And it's simply called We Need Hearts. We need hearts, we need minds. We gotta bring it together just one more time. For the sake of the future, and what lies in store. We've got to get out in the streets and knock on every door. I don't care if you're worn and torn at the seams. If you got any leftover dreams, we'll take them. We need hearts. We need minds. We got to bring it together just one more time. Peace and power, brothers and sisters and others.
Thank you. We're going to move right along, you all. We're going to move right along. Now we will have remarks from Senator Teresa Hazen from District 2, DeSoto and Tunica counties. Come on, y'all, give it up as she comes.
Well, good afternoon still. I'm so thankful and honored to have this opportunity to be here to speak to you all this afternoon. It is such a pleasure because I was elected in November of last year. I am the first female from DeSoto County to serve as a senator, and that means a lot. As a female, I'm asking for the sorority sisters to get out, ask their other sororities to also come out on November the 3rd and vote. In 24, when Kamala Harris was running for office, she's one of my sorority sisters as an AKA. I registered 298 people to vote. That was a lot. I did 35 voter registration drives. And I know that we can get out and change what's going on right now. I was the first vice president of the NAACP in DeSoto County, but once I started running for my election, I had to give that up. So when we're doing things, we said, when we fight, we win. And we are gonna fight. This morning when I got up, I put on my camouflage. I said, I'm ready to fight, and I'm gonna continue to win. So please help us, because they are doing the redistricting in my district, District 2, Olive Branch, South Haven, Horn Lake, Walls, and Tunica. I need your support. We need your support. We need to change what's coming up in November. We're trying to get our elected candidates that's on the ballot. They need to change the seats so that we don't have someone like Cindy Hyde that says she'll be the first one on the line. So y'all get your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, your moms, everybody. I go to the church and get the seniors to come out and vote. So please help, and thank you.
Come on, y'all, give her another hand. She's traveled all the way from DeSoto, and we're excited that she is here with us on today. Listen, it does not stop. It does not stop here. We still plenty more to go. Listen, come on, y'all, give it up for my sister Anita Clayton, and from the Mississippi State Director of SPLC. Come on, y'all, give it up. Come on, y'all, give it up. We gotta give it up for those who are on the line fighting for us. Come on, y'all.
All right, now Mississippi Delta. I did not drive almost 4 hours to come here for you to be seated. So if I'm on my feet, you get on your feet. Yeah. Somebody told me that the Mississippi Delta was worth fighting for. Say the Mississippi Delta is worth fighting for. Is the Mississippi Delta worth fighting for? Is Mississippi worth fighting for? Are you worth fighting for? The fight that we're in today is the fight for our rights. And I'm fighting for my rights. I'm fighting for my rights. can't hear you. Somebody said I'm fighting for my rights. If you fight for your rights, let me see you in front of this stage right now. Get you around that seat. This ain't no sit down moment. This ain't no quiet moment. This is a moment for us to get on our feet and bring the fight to the front lines. Are you ready to fight from the front line? Somebody say apathy is not an option. Apathy. When I say apathy, when you say not an option, apathy. 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 This is my fight. Say this is my fight. This is my fight. This is my fight. I'm a fight for women's rights. This is my fight. This is my fight. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right now. Fair fight. Fair match. Fair match. Fair match. Fair match. You cannot erase us. Fair match. Fair match. Fair match. Stand up. Stand up. Speak out. Speak out. Speak out. Now that you're ready to rally, let me hear you say, oh yeah. Listen, let me tell you something. What we started on May 5th in Mississippi was not just a moment. It's a movement. It's not about just rallying. It ain't just about marching. It's about making your voice heard. What you did here today was important. Your voice on the record is important. You tell the people in Jackson, now what? Say now what?
Not on our watch.
Now what?
Not on our watch.
You will not erase us. You will not erase us.
You will not erase us.
I don't think Deborah Holmes heard y'all. Somebody said you will not erase us.
You will not erase us.
Somebody told me the Delta got something to say. The take down talk. The down talk. The down talk. Got something to say. Got something to say. Now that you up and ready. Now that I know that you're ready to fight. Now I see y'all got your teeth on. You got your sandals on. You got your socks on. It don't matter what you got on. As long as you up and you ready to fight. Our ancestors did too much. They paved the way for us today. For us to get silent and take this for granted. Let me tell you something. They tried everything they can. The folks that set up here today to hear you, I gotta give them an applause because they didn't want a mic. They wanted to live in fear because that's what you sent them to Jackson to do. And so keep this going. It don't stop here, y'all. We have over 100 people in this building today. Give it up for yourself. See, that matters. What you do in here matters. What you do when you leave here, it matters. They gotta see you. They got to see you. They gotta hear you. Whether you are over here in Kahoma County, or Bonneville, or Tallahassee, or DeSoto, or wherever you come from, you gotta let them know. This is the birthplace not only of music, but of culture and history and fight. Our people have faced many challenges, but we overcome those same challenges. You are not just the descendants of slaves, you are the descendants of survivors. Those who have persevered, those who have stood up, those who have laid down, those who have paved the way. You owe it not just to them or yourselves, but you owe it to the future. You owe it to the baby that was in the stroller. You owe it to the young man right there. Listen to me. They are watching us. This is our fight. We always talk about what our ancestors did. But I'm going to ask you something. What you willing to do? Yeah. See, I'm willing to take you where it needs to go. See, I ain't scared of it. And you can't be scared of obedience. See, they don't want us to know our history. Because they don't want us to know our strength, our power, our resilience. We are the blueprint. Yeah. It runs in our veins. Every breath that you've been given, you have been given for this moment right here. Don't waste it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for Miss Wajida Clanton, their power, and everyone else who shared their time and perspective with us this afternoon. Throughout history, communities All right, we're going to continue. Throughout history, communities have worked to preserve their stories, honor their heritage, and ensure that contributions of those who came before are remembered. History reminds us that preserving records, protecting institutions, and telling the stories of our communities help
you.